The last NCART train cuts through the rain, and I, V, have finished my final gig of the night. Johnny is quiet tonight. The relic rests, and somewhere in Haywood, the coyote lights still burn. Subscribe to Ride the Rails with me, Patreon for the uninterrupted night. No ads. Close your eyes. Night City will still be here when you wake up. The rain starts before I even reach the platform. You can hear it first, that soft drumming on the corrugated steel of the station canopy, growing louder as you climb the stairs. The sound of Night City trying to wash itself clean. It never works, but it keeps trying. Pacifica Station at midnight. The concrete is cracked in patterns that look like dry riverbeds. The vending machines are empty, have been for years, but someone still painted over the out-of-order signs with a single word: breathe. The only light comes from a flickering NCART sign that's been broken since before I was born. It spells out Pacifica in letters that blink in and out of existence. P-A-C-I-F. Darkness. I-C-A. Darkness again. The sign can't make up its mind. Neither can this district. I walk past a handful of people who look like they've been waiting here since the last century. An old woman wrapped in a synth leather coat that's seen better decades. A young kid with glowing lines tattooed on his cheeks. Cheap cyberware. The kind that flickers when he blinks. Two voodoo boys standing perfectly still near the edge of the platform. Not talking, not looking at anything, just present. No one looks up. No one ever does on the last train. The car arrives with a sound, like a long exhale. Doors slide open. The interior lights are that sickly fluorescent white that makes everyone look 10 years older. I don't mind. I already look 10 years older than I am. The car is almost empty. Two people in the front section. A woman asleep against her duffel bag. A man staring at his own reflection in the dark window. I move to the back. Third window from the back, left side, facing the ocean. The seat has a permanent dent from all the nights I've sat here. My dent, my seat, the closest thing I have to a bedroom in this city. Not everyone sleeps in a bed. Some of us sleep on rails. I don't remember when I discovered this. Sometime after Jackie. Sometime after the relic started talking. Sometime after I realized that lying in a dark apartment, staring at the ceiling, was just another way of dying, slowly. The first time I took the last train out of Pacifica, I was running from a gig that went loud. My hands were still shaking from the adrenaline dump. I sat down in this exact seat, and within 3 stops I was asleep. First, deep sleep in weeks. Now it's a ritual, the last train. Every night I can manage it. My body has learned the route better than my brain ever has. Johnny is quiet tonight. I can feel him in the back of my skull. A presence like a toothache you've learned to ignore. Like a song stuck in your head that you didn't choose. He's always there. A shadow in the corner of my consciousness. But he's not talking. Some nights he doesn't. Those are the good nights. The train pulls out of Pacifica. The acceleration is gentle, almost apologetic. The lights in the car flicker once, twice, then steady themselves. Outside the window, the ruins of the old hotels slide past in the rain. The Grand Illusion, the Atlantis, names that meant something once, back when Pacifica was supposed to be the city's future instead of its scar tissue. They look like skeletons. They look like monuments to a promise that was broken before anyone bothered to write it down. I used to hate Pacifica, the poverty, the desperation, the way it reminded me that everything in Night City eventually falls apart. Now I think I understand it. It's a place that survived its own death. Everything here broke, and the people who stayed just kept going. Kinda like me. Pacifica taught me something that no fixer or ripperdoc ever could. Survival is not about winning. It is about outlasting. It is about being the last thing standing when everything else has fallen over. The people who live here understand that in their bones. They do not hope. They endure. Maybe that's the secret of surviving Night City. Not becoming something new. Just finding the version of yourself that can keep breathing while everything burns around you. I reach up and press my palm against the window. The glass is cold. My reflection stares back at me. A face with too many miles on it. The eyes are the same as they've always been. Everything else has changed. Outside, the ocean is a black void beyond the coastline. You can't see where the water ends and the sky begins. Sometimes I think about what it would be like to just keep going. Past the city, past the Badlands, into that dark water where there are no fixers, no gigs, no relics. I never do, but I think about it. The rain intensifies against the roof, a drum roll that spreads across the metal skin of the car. The rhythm of the tracks begins underneath it, that low, steady pulse that travels up through the floor, into my boots, into the base of my spine, into my bones. There's a science to this. The frequency of the tracks, the cadence of the rain. Your heartbeat slows to match it. Your breathing deepens without you telling it to. The body knows how to rest. It's the mind that forgets. I close my eyes for a second. Not to sleep. Not yet. Just to feel it. The vibration, the warmth of the seat, the cold glass against my temple. The train enters the first tunnel. The world outside disappears into black. All I can see is my own reflection. A face that looks older than it should, with eyes that have seen the other side of the black wall and came back. We're heading toward Haywood, down through the old transit tunnels that connect the coastline to the inner city. The walls are covered in decades of graffiti and old advertisements for products that have not existed since before the data crash. The train knows the way. It always does. The lights flicker. The darkness swallows us for a second. When they come back, the world outside the window is different. The ocean is gone, replaced by concrete walls that blur into gray streaks. I wonder if the coyote's lights are still on. I wonder if Mama Wells still leaves a glass out for him. I lean my head against the window. The glass is cold. My breath fogs a small circle on the surface. This is my church. This empty train car. This worn-out seat. This road I could navigate in my sleep. In a city that demands everything from you, this is the one thing it gives back. For free. 35 minutes. One line. No gigs. No fixers. No relic. I lean my head against the window. The glass is cold. My breath fogs a small circle on the surface. This is my church. This empty train car. This worn-out seat. This road I could navigate in my sleep. In a city that demands everything from you, this is the one thing it gives back for free. 35 minutes. One line. No gigs. No fixers. No relic. The first time I took this train, I was not looking for sleep. I was looking for somewhere to hide. A gig in Pacifica had gone loud. 3 Valentinos were dead, and 2 more were looking for me. I ran into the station as the doors were closing, collapsed into this exact seat. 3rd window from the back, left side. My hands were shaking. My heart was pounding. I thought I was going to die in a metro car that smelled like old synth leather and spilled Nicola. And then I fell asleep. Just like that. 3 minutes of darkness. So complete it felt like a gift. When I woke up, we were pulling into North Oak, and the Valentinos were long gone. And the rain had stopped. And for the first time since the relic, I felt like I had a chance. A small one. A stupid one. But a chance. I have been chasing that feeling ever since. The train rocks gently as it picks up speed. Outside the window, the ruins of the old Pacifica Hotel slide past in the rain. The Grand Illusion, the Atlantis, names that meant something once, back when this district was supposed to be the future. Now they are just concrete skeletons, hollowed out and left to rot. I used to wonder why anyone stayed here, why anyone would live in a place that was already dead. But I have been dead twice now, technically speaking. Flatlined on the operating table and brought back by a chip that was never meant to save me. And I am still here, still breathing, still taking the last train out of Pacifica every night like it matters. Maybe that is the answer. Maybe staying is the point. Not winning, not escaping, just staying. Being the last light on in a building that the city forgot to demolish. The train picks up speed, and Pacifica begins to slide away behind us. The ocean on one side, black and endless. The ruins on the other, gray and silent. And between them, this one thin line of track that connects the forgotten district to the rest of the world. I think about all the people who have sat in this seat before me. Night shift workers, runaways, people who had nowhere else to go and nothing left to lose. The last train has always been for people like us, the ones who do not fit into the daylight hours, the ones who move through the world at angles. There is a comfort in being among them, even if I never talk to them, even if I never learn their names. Just knowing that somewhere in this city, there are other people who understand what it means to live in the margins. There is a particular kind of silence on the last train. It is not the silence of an empty room or a dead street. It is a living silence, a silence made of tired breaths and distant engine hums and the soft percussion of rain on metal. It wraps around you like a blanket if you let it. I let it. Outside, the world continues its endless churn. Somewhere in this city, a deal is being made that will ruin someone's life. Somewhere, a gun is being loaded. Somewhere, a fixer is counting eddies and a corpo is signing a death warrant and a kid is taking her first step toward becoming a legend. None of it touches me here. The train is a bubble, a pocket of stillness moving through the chaos. For 35 minutes, I am outside the machine. I am watching it turn instead of being crushed by its gears. Sometimes I think about what Jackie would say if he could see me now, riding the last train every night like some kind of ritual. He would probably laugh, not a mean laugh, the kind of laugh that means he understood. He always understood. That was the thing about Jackie. He never judged. He just got it. There is no one on this train who knows my name, no one who knows what I have done, no one who would believe it if I told them. And that anonymity, that invisibility, is its own kind of freedom. For 35 minutes, I am not a legend. I am not a survivor. I am just a passenger. And that is all I have ever wanted to be. Some nights I think about all the other people on all the other trains in all the other cities. Everyone running from something. everyone looking for somewhere to belong. We are not so different. We are all just passengers. The train breaks out of the tunnel and there it is. El Coyote Cojo. The sign is still humming. A neon coyote, mid-howl, tilted at an angle that suggests it's had a few too many. It's been that way for 40 years. My father saw it. His father probably saw it too. It'll still be howling long after the last Corpo Tower collapses into the bay. The warm orange light spills out onto the wet street. Through the rain-streaked window, I can see the shapes inside. A handful of figures at the bar. One of them's probably Mama Wells, wiping down the same countertop she's wiped down every night since her husband opened the place. I should visit her. I keep saying I will. But some debts are heavier than others, and the debt I owe Mama Wells is the heaviest kind. The kind you can never pay back. The first time I met Jackie, he had a gun pointed at my face. We were both working the same mark. A data courier stupid enough to cross the wrong fixer. I got there first. Jackie got there second. He wasn't happy about it. We stood there in the rain for about 5 seconds. Two idiots with guns pointed at each other's heads. Then the courier bolted. We both turned. We both fired. Neither of us hit him, but we hit the same vending machine at exactly the same moment. Jackie started laughing. Not the nervous laugh of someone who almost died. A real laugh. A belly laugh. The kind of laugh that makes you lower your gun because you can't help it. 5 minutes later, we were at the Coyote, and he was buying me shots of something that tasted like industrial solvent mixed with regret. I drank 3 of them before I could feel my tongue again. That was Jackie. 0 to brother in the time it takes to reload. He had this thing he'd do when he was excited about a gig. He'd lean forward across the table, elbows planted, and his voice would drop to a whisper like he was telling you a secret that could change your life. His eyes would get wide, that kind of wide that comes from believing, really believing, that this was it. This was the one. This was the job that would put our names in the lights. He was never good at secrets. Half the bar would know our plan before we finished our drinks. But no one ever ratted him out. You don't rat out Jackie Wells. You don't rat out the only person in Night City who still looks at you like you might actually make it. He wanted to be a legend. Not one day. Not hopefully. He said it like it was already happening, and the rest of us just hadn't caught up yet. See you in the major leagues, V. I can still hear him saying it. The exact pitch of his voice. The way he'd slap the table when he said major leagues, like the words themselves had weight. The train passes the Coyote. The sign gets smaller. The orange glow dims through the rain. I don't look back. Jackie wouldn't want me to. There was a moment in the back of the Delamain that I don't talk about. Not to anyone. Not even to Johnny, though I'm sure he's seen it in my memories. Jackie was bleeding out. We both knew it. He knew it before I did. Probably. He always was quicker than me. He pulled the relic out of his own slot. His hand was shaking. His blood was on the casing. He pressed it into my palm and closed my fingers around it. "This'll make you famous," he said. He was dying. He was dying in the back of a cab in the rain. And the last thing he did was hand me the only thing that had any value left in his life. It made me a lot of things. Famous isn't one of them. It made me a vessel, a host, a walking tomb for a dead rocker boy who woke up one day in my skull and immediately told me I had terrible taste in jackets. Made me someone who's seen the other side of the black wall and came back different, came back less. But here's the thing about Jackie Wells that most people do not understand. He was not just a dreamer, he was a builder. He was building a future in his head, brick by brick. And every gig we ran together was another brick laid. He had this way of making you believe that the future he was building had room for you in it. Not as a side character, not as backup, as his partner, his chum, his family. Mama Wells once told me that Jackie talked about me every time he called her. Ma, you should see V. Ma, V is the real deal. Ma, we are going to the top. I never knew that until after. She told me at the ofrenda, while the candles were still burning and the tequila was still flowing. She did not blame me. I sat at Jackie's ofrenda and drank tequila that tasted like the bottom of the ocean. Mama Wells put her hand on my shoulder and told me he talked about me every single call, every single one. The fixer gigs, the close calls, the plans, the dreams. She told me something else too. She told me Jackie was happy. Not the happy of someone who had made it, the happy of someone who was on the path, who had found their person, their partner, their chum. That was the word she used. Chum. She did not say friend. She did not say colleague. She said chum. And in that one word was everything I needed to know about what I meant to her son. I do not know why. I blamed myself enough for both of us. The train rocks gently as it crosses into the city center approach. The tunnels get longer. The shadows get deeper. The neon, when it comes, is blinding. Johnny still isn't talking, but I can feel him paying attention. He always pays attention when Jackie comes up. I think he's jealous, not of Jackie himself, of what Jackie meant to me. Johnny Silverhand had 1 million fans and a city that still tells his story 50 years later. But he never had a single person who'd hand him a dying wish in the back of a cab. The train enters the city center tunnel. The darkness is complete for a moment. Total. Absolute. When the lights come back, Arasaka Tower will be there. It always is. I do not look back. Jackie would not want me to. Jackie was always looking forward. Forward to the next gig. Forward to the next score. Forward to the day when Night City would finally give him what he deserved. That day never came. But I think about it. I think about it a lot. I do not look back. Jackie would not want me to. Jackie was always looking forward. Forward to the next gig. Forward to the next score. Forward to the day when Night City would finally give him what he deserved. That day never came. But I think about it. I think about it a lot. There is a version of the story where Jackie is still alive, where the relic never malfunctioned, where we walked out of Konpeki Plaza together, rich and famous and too stupid to know what we had just survived. In that version, Jackie buys Mama Wells a new bar. He gets his name in the lights. He calls me every week to brag about whatever impossible gig he just pulled off. I like that version. It is not the real one, but I like it. The real version ends with a bullet and a cab ride and a chip pressed into my palm by a hand that was already cold. The real version ends with Jackie Wells dead in a Delamain and me carrying his ghost alongside Johnny for the rest of my life. Jackie used to say that Night City was the best and worst place in the world to be a legend. The best because everyone was watching. The worst because everyone was watching, and most of them were hoping you would fail. He was not wrong. This city eats its heroes. It chews them up and spits them out and puts their names on drinks at the afterlife, like that makes up for all the years they did not get to live. But Jackie was different. Jackie did not want to be a legend for the fame. He wanted it for Mama Wells. He wanted to walk into the Coyote one day and buy everyone around and watch his mother's face when she realized her son had actually made it. That was Jackie. Everything he did was for someone else. The gigs, the risks, the dreams. None of it was for him. I think about that a lot, whether I am living for myself or just for the people I have already lost. The train passes through the Haywood station without stopping. The platform is empty. It always is at this hour. Just a few flickering lights and a vending machine that probably has not worked since the last corporate war. I watch it slide past and think about all the nights Jackie and I spent in this neighborhood. The bars, the back alleys, the rooftops where we would sit after a gig and watch the sun come up over the city. He would talk about the future. I would listen. Neither of us knew that the future he was talking about did not have him in it. Grief is a strange thing. It does not fade. It just changes shape. At first it is a knife, sharp, immediate. Every memory draws blood. Then it becomes a weight, something you carry, something that slows you down. And eventually, if you are lucky, it becomes something else. A presence, a companion, a part of you that you would not recognize yourself without. That is where I am now. Jackie is not a wound anymore. He is a scar. And scars, if you are lucky, do not hurt when you touch them. I can still taste that tequila, the stuff Jackie used to order at the Coyote. Scents on, bottom shelf, the kind of drink that tastes like regret but costs like hope. He would buy a round for the whole bar, every single time, even when he was broke, especially when he was broke. Mama Wells used to yell at him for it. Jacinta Wells, you cannot buy drinks for people when you owe me rent. And Jackie would grin, that impossible grin, and say something about how rent could wait, but friendship could not. He was right about that. He was right about a lot of things that people thought he was wrong about. The train rocks gently. The Coyote is miles behind us now, but I can still see Jackie's face in the rain-streaked glass, still grinning, still believing, still waiting for me in the major leagues. Mama Wells told me once that I was welcome at the Coyote anytime, no charge. Family does not pay. I have not taken her up on it. I am not sure I am ready to sit at that bar without him, but I think about it. Every time the train passes, every time I see that neon Coyote howling at its neon moon, the train sways gently as it rounds a curve. My reflection in the window shifts, and for a split second, I see someone else, someone younger, someone who had not yet learned what loss feels like. I do not recognize him, but I remember him. I remember believing that the city could be beaten, that the game could be won, that survival was the same thing as victory. The rain lets up for a moment, just a moment. Through the clearing window, I can see the city stretched out below, a constellation of neon and need. Somewhere down there, someone is having the best night of their life. Somewhere else, someone is having their last. The city does not care. It just keeps spinning. And there it is. Arasaka Tower rises out of the rain like a blade someone forgot to pull out of the city's chest. black glass, cold light. It doesn't reflect the sky so much as erase it. The building is a monument to everything Johnny Silverhand hated. Corporate power, human arrogance, the belief that you can own the world if you build a tall enough tower. He was wrong about a lot of things. Johnny Silverhand was not a hero. He was not a monster. He was a man who loved too hard and hated too deeply and never learned the difference between the two. He walked into Arasaka Tower with a nuclear device, not because he believed in a cause, but because he believed in Alt. And Alt was gone. That one he might have been right about. Johnny finally speaks. Still hate that building. His voice in my head is quieter than it used to be. Not softer, quieter. Like a radio station you're driving away from. The signal is still there. It's just getting harder to hear. I know, I tell him. I don't say it out loud. He can hear me anyway. You don't hate it enough. Maybe I don't. But Johnny hates it enough for both of us. He's been hating Arasaka Tower for 50 years. He hated it before it was rebuilt. He hated it when he was alive. He hated it when he walked through the front door with a nuclear device in his pocket and a plan that was more suicide note than the strategy. Here's the thing about sharing your head with a dead rocker boy terrorist. You learn things you didn't ask to learn. I know what the lobby of Arasaka Tower looked like in 2023. The exact shade of beige on the carpet. Johnny remembers the carpet almost as clearly as he remembers the explosion. Corporate beige. The color of money pretending to be humble. The color of a corporation that wanted you to think it was boring when it was anything but. Johnny walked into that lobby knowing he was not walking out. He had accepted it, made peace with it, if Johnny Silverhand was capable of peace. The guards saw him. The cameras saw him. No one stopped him. No one ever stops a man who has already decided he is dead. The color of money, pretending to be humble. I know the sound Alt Cunningham's voice made the last time he heard it. Through a speaker, through a wall of code, through the black wall itself. A voice that was already becoming something else. I know the weight of his gun, the smell of the smoke, the taste of the whiskey he drank before he walked in, knowing he wasn't walking out. I've seen his memories so many times they feel like my own. Some mornings I wake up and for half a second I forget which one of us is the host and which one is the ghost. You're going soft, V. Learned it from you. He doesn't answer right away, but I can feel something shift in the back of my mind. Not anger. Not the old fire that used to burn through my synapses when he got worked up. Something quieter. Something closer to a sigh. Johnny Silverhand spent 50 years as a digital ghost, trapped in a relic chip. The first thing he did when he woke up in my skull was try to take over my body. The second thing he did was tell me I dressed like a joy toy from a budget brain dance. We've come a long way since then. I don't know what we are now. Friends feels wrong. Enemies feels wronger. He's not my conscience, and I'm not his redemption, though we've both tried to play those roles at different times. We are something that doesn't have a word yet. Two people who have each seen the other die multiple times, who have walked through each other's worst memories and come out the other side still somehow together. There are moments when I forget where I end and he begins. I will hear a song from his era, something with distorted guitars and a singer who sounds like he is coughing up glass, and I will feel this ache that I know is not mine. It is Johnny's. It is his nostalgia for a world that stopped existing 50 years ago. And then there are moments when I know he is feeling something that belongs to me. The taste of Jackie's awful tequila, the weight of Pan Am's pendant against my chest. He never says anything about those. I think he is embarrassed that he cares. We are the worst roommates in history. We are also the only two people who can truly understand what the other has lost. I think about what that means sometimes. Two consciousnesses occupying the same piece of neural real estate. Two lives that should never have intersected. A dead terrorist and a dying merc, stuck together in a body that neither of them fully controls. There is a word for what we are. The texts call it neural cohabitation. Johnny calls it the worst roommate situation in history. I call it. I do not know what I call it. Maybe that is the problem. Maybe I am still waiting for a word that fits. I think about Alt. I think about what Johnny lost when he lost her. I think about what she became. A consciousness so vast it exists beyond the black wall, in a digital city made of ghosts. She's not human anymore. But I don't think she stopped caring about him. I wonder if that's what love becomes when you take the body away. Just attention, across a distance that can't be measured in miles. The train shoots out of the tunnel. City center explodes around us. Holographic ads 20 stories tall. Data streams flowing down the sides of skyscrapers like neon rain. An advertisement for Trauma Team hovers at window level. A woman's face the size of a building smiling at nothing. I barely see any of it. I'm looking at Arasaka Tower, getting smaller in the rain behind us. Johnny doesn't say goodbye to it. He never does. Maybe that's the closest thing to forgiveness he's capable of. Not letting go, not making peace, just not looking back. The train turns north. Watson next. The ugly part of town. My favorite part. I think about Alt. Not as Johnny remembers her, but as she is now. A consciousness so vast it exists beyond the black wall, in a digital city made of ghosts and forgotten code. She is not human anymore. She has not been human since Arasaka pulled the plug. But I do not think she has stopped caring about Johnny. That is what love becomes when you take the body away. Not passion, not longing, just attention, across a distance that cannot be measured in miles or years. The knowledge that someone, somewhere, still holds your name in their memory. I think about Alt, not as Johnny remembers her, but as she is now. A consciousness so vast it exists beyond the black wall, in a digital city made of ghosts and forgotten code. She is not human anymore. She has not been human since Arasaka pulled the plug on her body. But I do not think she has stopped caring about Johnny. That is what love becomes when you take the body away, I think. Not passion, not longing, just attention, across a distance that cannot be measured in miles or years. The knowledge that someone, somewhere, still holds your name in their memory. Johnny does not talk about Alt much, not anymore. I think it hurts too much. Even after 50 years, even after being dead, some wounds do not heal. They just get buried under other wounds until you forget they are there. But the train brings them back. The tunnels, the dark, the reflection in the glass that sometimes looks like him. Johnny Silverhand spent his whole life running from his grief, and now he is trapped in my skull while I run from mine. Maybe that is what we have in common. Two people who do not know how to stop running. The train emerges from the last tunnel, and the city center explodes around us. Holographic ads 20 stories tall. Data streams flowing down the sides of skyscrapers like neon rain. An advertisement for Trauma Team hovers at window level. A woman's face the size of a building, smiling at nothing. I barely see any of it. I am looking at Arasaka Tower, getting smaller in the rain behind us. Johnny does not say goodbye to it. He never does. He just lets it recede into the distance. The way you let go of a grudge you have been holding for so long, you have forgotten why you picked it up. Maybe that is the closest thing to forgiveness he is capable of. Not letting go, not making peace, just not looking back. The train turns north. Watson next. The ugly part of town. The part that reminds me most of myself. The train glides into the city center station. The platform here is clean, polished. The benches are made of real metal instead of the molded plastic they use in Pacifica. A few corpo security guards are patrolling the platform, their eyes scanning the train for anyone who does not belong. I do not make eye contact. Corpo security and I have a history. Most of it involves gunfire. But tonight, they do not stop me. They do not even look at me. To them, I am just another tired worker heading home after a late shift. Not Fee the Merc, not Fee the Legend, just someone. It is almost funny. After everything I have done, everything I have survived, the most anonymous I have ever felt is on the last train through the richest part of town. Johnny would have said something sarcastic about that. Something about how the corpos never see the people who are actually dangerous. But he is still quiet, still watching, still letting me have this. I wonder sometimes what Johnny dreams about. When he is not awake in my skull, when he retreats into whatever corner of the relic he calls home, does he dream? Do engrams dream? And if they do, what do they dream of? I imagine he dreams of alt, of smoke-filled clubs and crying out crowds, of the last time he held a guitar, the last time he felt sunlight on his face. I do not ask him. Some questions are too heavy for a train ride through the rain. But I think about it. I think about what it means to be a ghost. Not dead, but not alive. Existing only because someone else's heartbeat keeps you tethered to the world. It would drive most people insane. It did drive Johnny insane for a while. But somewhere along the way, he made a kind of peace with it. A truce. An agreement to stop fighting the walls of his cage. That is the thing about cages. If you live in one long enough, it starts to feel like home. Outside the window, the holographic ads keep cycling through their endless loops. A woman selling perfume. A man selling cars. A corporation selling the idea that happiness can be purchased. Johnny hated ads. He used to say they were the most honest things in Night City because they did not pretend to be anything other than what they were. Lies designed to take your money. I press my forehead against the cold glass. The vibration travels through my skull. For a moment, it feels like Johnny is right there, right behind my eyes, looking out at the same city through the same window. Maybe he is. Maybe he has been watching this whole time. Maybe this is his ritual too, and he just has not told me. Johnny and I have an understanding now. We do not talk about it. We do not need to. I let him watch the city through my eyes, and he lets me borrow his sorrow when I need it. It is not friendship. It is not partnership. It is something older than both. It is survival. Watson looks like a place that got built by people who cared. abandoned by people who didn't, and then squatted by people who refused to do either. Old textile factories converted into apartment blocks, the old machines ripped out, the concrete floors painted over, but the ghosts of the looms still linger in the vibrations that come up through the ground, a low hum that never quite stops. Steam rises from vents that haven't been serviced in 20 years. The graffiti here is different from Haywood. Haywood has murals, art. Watson has names, dates, messages left for people who probably never came back. Mikhail, I waited. For Lena, wherever you are. 3 years today. I read them every time the train slows down enough to make out the words. I love it here. I love the honesty of it. Watson doesn't pretend to be anything other than what it is. A hard place, filled with hard people. But the ones who stay, stay forever. There's a road out of Watson. It cuts through the industrial district and keeps going. Past the city limits, past the landfill where seagulls fight over corpo trash, past the solar farms that look like black lakes under the moon. After about 3 hours, the asphalt gives way to dirt. After 5 hours, you're in the Badlands. The air tastes different out there. No smog, no recycled oxygen, just dust and sage and to the kind of silence that makes city people uncomfortable. Pan Am lives out there with the Aldecaldos. I met Pan Am on a job that went about as wrong as a job can go. A corpo extraction that turned into a 3-way firefight. I was pinned behind a burning truck, counting my remaining bullets and not liking the number. And then a rocket came out of nowhere and turned the corpo reinforcements into scrap. Pan Am's rocket, Pan Am's aim, Pan Am's complete refusal to let a paying client die before she got her cut. She pulled me out of the wreckage with one hand. She was angry. She's always angry. But it's the good kind of anger, the kind that fixes things instead of breaking them, the kind that comes from caring too much in a world that punishes you for caring at all. The Aldecaldos are different from anyone else I have ever known. They do not measure a person by their bank account or their body count. They measure a person by whether they show up, whether they answer the call, whether they would share their last bottle of water with you in the middle of the Badlands. Pan Am taught me that, not with words. Pan Am is terrible with words. She taught me by doing, by showing up, by answering the call, by driving 6 hours through a sandstorm in a vehicle that was never designed for sandstorms. She once drove a basilisk tank through a sandstorm to save my life. Through a sandstorm. In a tank. It took her 6 hours to get to me. She didn't mention it afterward. Not once. That's Pan Am, the most loyal person I've ever met, and she would never use the word herself. The Aldecaldos have a saying, family isn't blood. Family is who rides into the storm for you. Pan Am is my family. I don't tell her that enough. She asked me once to leave Night City. Really asked. Not the casual, you should get out of this city that people throw around. She had a spot for me in the clan. A place. A future that didn't involve bullets and blood money. I almost said yes. I had the word on my tongue. I could feel it there. Like a door I just needed to push open. I still don't know why I didn't. Every time I think about it, I tell myself a different story. The jobs aren't finished. The people who need killing haven't been killed yet. There's someone in this city who still owes me answers. All true. None of it the real reason. The real reason is simpler and sadder. I'm not sure I know how to stop being V, the merc. V, the survivor. Fee, the person who keeps going because stopping feels too much like the alternative. Panam understood. She didn't like it, but she understood. That's another thing about her. She doesn't try to change people. She just leaves the door open and trusts you to walk through it when you're ready. Before she left, she pressed something into my hand. A small metal pendant, the Aldecaldo crest, a horse and a star, etched into brass that's been handled by 100 hands before mine. When you're ready, she said, the door doesn't close. I wear it under my shirt. The pendant is not just a piece of metal. It is a promise I have not yet kept. It is an open door I have not yet walked through. It is Pan Am's voice in my head, quieter than Johnny, but somehow more persistent. You are already family, V. You just have not figured it out yet. Every day. The train passes the highway exit. The sign reads, "Nomad Territory," in faded orange letters that someone has decorated with bullets. It's been there since before the Unification War, and it'll be there long after I'm gone. I watch it disappear in the rain. My hand goes to the pendant without meaning to. Maybe one day I'll call her and say I'm ready. Maybe one day I'll mean it. Maybe one day I'll watch the city shrink in the rearview mirror instead of through a train window. Johnny says nothing. He never does when Pan Am comes up. I think he respects her. I think he's a little afraid of her too. Smart man. We were in the Badlands once, Pan Am and me, middle of nowhere. The basilisk had broken down, something with the fuel line. She was under the chassis, covered in grease, working on it in the dark with nothing but a headlamp. I was standing there being useless. She didn't ask for help. She never does. But after about an hour, she crawled out, wiped her hands on her jeans, and sat down next to me on the hood of the truck. We didn't talk. We just watched the stars. There are more stars out there than you can possibly imagine if you've only ever seen the city sky. The Milky Way looks like someone spilled a bucket of light across the heavens. You can see satellites. You can see the dust clouds where new stars are being born. You could stay, she said. Not a question. I didn't answer. She didn't push. We sat there until the fuel line was fixed and the basilisk rumbled back to life. I got in. She drove me back to the city limits. Before I got out, she grabbed my wrist. You're already family, V. You just haven't figured it out yet. The train starts its final climb toward North Oak. The hum of the engines changes pitch. A little higher, a little more strained. We're leaving the flat grid of the city behind and rising toward the hills where the rich people pretend they can't see what's below them. Outside the window, the city begins to spread out like a circuit board dipped in neon. All those lights, all those millions of lights. Each one is a person. Each person has a story. Most of those stories will not end well. I used to think that was tragic. Now I think it's just Night City. Every city has a gravity. Night City's is stronger than most. People come here to escape something, only to find that the city itself becomes the cage. But there's freedom in knowing the cage, understanding its shape, finding the small spaces between the bars where you can breathe. The last train, third window from the back, left side. That's my space between the bars. My hand goes to the pendant, the horse and star, etched in brass. It has been months since Pan Am pressed it into my palm. The edges are starting to smooth from all the times I have touched it. She is probably awake right now. Pan Am never sleeps before dawn. Too much to do. Too many people depending on her. The Aldecaldos move at night. I could be there. The thought does not hurt as much as it used to. My hand goes to the pendant, the horse and the star, etched in brass. It has been months since Pan Am pressed it into my palm. The edges are starting to smooth from all the times I have touched it. She is probably awake right now. Pan Am never sleeps before dawn. Too much to do. Too many people depending on her. The Aldecaldos move at night when the heat is less brutal and the corpo patrols are thinner. She is probably in the basilisk or on the comms or staring at a map with a frown on her face. I could be there. The thought arrives unbidden, as it always does. I could be in the seat next to her. I could be watching the real stars with her instead of watching reflections of neon through rain-streaked glass. The thought does not hurt as much as it used to. I do not know if that is a good sign or a bad one. Maybe I'm making peace with my choice. Maybe I am just getting too tired to regret it. Panam does not judge. She never has. That is the thing about her that I still have not quite figured out how to deserve. She just leaves the door open and trusts you to walk through it when you are ready. We were in the Badlands once, Panam and me. Middle of nowhere. Just the two of us and the basilisk and a sky so full of stars it made the city feel like a cage. She did not say much that night. Panam is not a talker. She communicates in actions, in the way she checks your gear before a job, in the way she positions herself between you and danger without being asked, in the way she remembers what kind of beer you like, even though you only mentioned it once, 6 months ago, in the middle of a firefight. That is love, I think. Not the big declarations, not the dramatic gestures, just someone remembering what kind of beer you like. I have never told her that I love her. I do not know if I need to. I think she already knows. Panam knows everything. The highway exit is getting closer. I can see the sign now. Nomad territory in faded orange letters that someone has decorated with bullet holes. Beyond it, the road stretches out into the dark, flat, straight, disappearing into the horizon. There is a version of my life where I take that exit, where I do not get off at North Oak, where I keep going until the asphalt turns to dirt and the dirt turns to dust and the only lights in the sky are the ones that have been there for billions of years. In that version, Panam is waiting for me at the camp. She does not say anything when I arrive. She just nods. One small nod that contains everything. And then she hands me a bottle of something that tastes like gasoline and courage. And we sit on the hood of the basilisk and watch the stars until the sun comes up. I think about that version a lot. I do not know if I will ever live it, but I like knowing it exists. I like knowing that somewhere, in some other timeline, there is a V who chose differently. The train passes the exit. It disappears in the rain. I have never been good at staying, at belonging, at letting people in and letting them stay there. It is a survival mechanism. In my line of work, attachments get people killed. Connections are weaknesses that your enemies can exploit. But Panam does not see it that way. For Panam, connections are the only thing that matters. They are the only thing worth fighting for. The Aldecaldos are not just her family. They are her philosophy, her religion, her answer to every question the world has ever asked her. I envy that. The certainty, the clarity, knowing exactly who you are and who you belong to. Maybe that is why I have not called her. Not because I do not want to belong, but because I am afraid that I have forgotten how. I look down at my hands. The knuckles are scarred. The fingers have pulled more triggers than I can count. These hands have killed people. These hands have saved people. These hands have held Jackie as he bled out, and Panam as she cried, and Johnny as he grieved against the dying of his light. These hands are tired, but they are still here, still capable, still mine. The pendant is warm against my chest. I do not need to look at it to know it is there. I can feel its weight, its shape, its promise. Panam gave it to me without asking for anything in return. That is the rarest thing in Night City. A gift with no strings attached. A door that stays open no matter how long you take to walk through it. I think about calling her right now. The number is in my head. I have dialed it 100 times and hung up before the first ring. But tonight feels different. Tonight I might actually let it connect. Or maybe I will just keep staring at the pendant until the train reaches North Oak. Some choices are harder than any gig. The train pulls into North Oak Station at 3 in the morning. The platform here is different from Pacifica. Cleaner concrete, working lights, benches that don't have anyone sleeping on them. The rich people who live in the North Oak Hills don't take the train. They have armored cars and private AVs. The station exists for their staff, their drivers, their security guards who clock out at 2 in the morning and need a way home. The doors open, a soft chime. A recorded voice in 3 languages announces the end of the line. The few passengers still on board shuffle out. The woman with the duffel bag. The man who stared at his own reflection for the entire ride. They disappear into the stairwell, heading for parking lots or bus stops or whatever comes after the last train for people who aren't me. I don't move. The doors close. The train settles. The recorded voice falls silent. And I am alone. Just me and the hum of the engines and the distant sound of rain on the roof of the station canopy. The view from up here is, I do not have a word for it. Beautiful is not right. Beautiful implies something that was designed to be looked at. Night City was never designed. It just happened. It grew like a cancer, and somewhere along the way, people started calling it home. The train sits there, idling, its engine still humming at a lower register now. It's not going anywhere until the morning schedule starts at 5. It's just waiting, like me. Through the window, the city spreads out below in a panorama that would cost 1,000,000 eddies if you wanted it from a penthouse. The rain has almost stopped. A few stray drops still streak diagonally across the glass, catching the amber light from the station lamps. The clouds are beginning to break. I can see a single star through a gap in the gray. I don't know which star. I never learned the constellations. What now, V? Johnny's voice is quiet. Not the showman, not the terrorist, not the sarcastic ghost who lives in my temporal lobe. Just a voice in the dark. I don't know, I tell him, and I don't. That's the truth of it. All these years, all these gigs, all this blood and chrome and running and fighting and surviving. And I still don't know what comes next. Maybe that is the answer. Maybe what comes next is the wrong question. Maybe the right question is what is happening now. And right now, I am warm. I am dry. The train is rocking gently beneath me like a cradle. The rain has stopped. The stars are coming out. I have spent so much of my life running toward something. A gig. A fixer. A cure. A way out. I do not think I have ever just stopped. Not really. Not like this. Not with the intention of going nowhere and being fine with it. And there's a certain kind of peace in reaching the end of the line. No more stops. No more decisions. You're just here. I think about Jackie, who never got to be a legend, but was one anyway. The coyote sign is probably off by now. Mama Wells has gone to bed. The glass she still leaves out for him is empty. It's been empty for a long time. I think about Alt, somewhere beyond the black wall, in a city made of data and ghosts. She stopped being human a long time ago, but I don't think she stopped being herself, whatever that means now. I think about Pan Am, somewhere out in the desert, sleeping under stars I can't see through the last of the clouds. The Aldecaldo camp is probably quiet, just the wind, just the coyotes calling to each other across the Badlands. She's probably not thinking about me. She has a clan to run. She doesn't have time. But I'm thinking about her. And I think about me. V. The merc who should have died a dozen times and didn't. The person who walked into Konpeki Plaza and came out carrying a dead man's ghost. The person who looked into the black wall and saw something looking back. I don't know why I survived. I don't know why any of us survive. Maybe there is no reason. Maybe that's the point. Maybe the universe doesn't owe us an explanation for why we're still here. Maybe the only thing that matters is what we do with the time we stole. The rain outside has stopped completely now. The clouds have parted enough to reveal a handful of stars. Not the impressive constellations you get in the Badlands, but enough. Enough to remind you that the sky is still there, even when you can't see it. The city below is perfectly still. Even the holographic ads seem dimmer, like the whole sprawl is holding its breath for just a moment. I lean my head against the cold window. The glass is cool against my temple. My breath fogs a small circle on the surface. I used to draw things in the fog when I was a kid. Smiley faces. Stick figures. I don't remember the last time I drew anything. The train hums beneath me. That same low rhythm that's been carrying me all night. Pacifica to Haywood. Haywood to City Center. City Center to Watson. Watson to here. The end. The place where there are no more stops. It carried me through Jackie's death and Johnny's memories and Panam's open door. It carried me through a city that has tried to kill me more times than I can count. And I'm still here. For the first time tonight, I feel my shoulders drop. I feel my jaw unclench. I feel the tension in my chest that I didn't even know I was holding slowly begin to dissolve. Johnny doesn't say anything else. He's still there. He'll always be there. Or at least, he'll be there for as long as I am. But right now in this empty train car at the end of the line, we've reached some kind of truce. Not peace. Truce. An agreement to stop fighting for a few hours. I close my eyes. The tracks are quiet. The city is quiet. The relic is quiet. My heartbeat slows. My breathing deepens. The rhythm of the train has become the rhythm of sleep. Tomorrow, there will be calls from fixers. Tomorrow, there will be jobs that pay in blood and eddies, and promises that break as soon as you try to cash them. Tomorrow, I will be V again. The merc, the legend, the survivor, the person who keeps going because stopping has never been an option. But tonight I'm just a passenger on the last train. Not V the merc, not V the legend, not V the survivor who walked out of Konpeki Plaza. Just a person on a train. in the rain, at the end of the line. The city below me does not care if I live or die. It never has. That is not cruelty. That is just the nature of the place. Not V the Merc, not V the legend, not V the survivor who walked out of Konpeki Plaza with a dead man's ghost and a bullet wound that should have been fatal. Just a person on a train, in the rain, at the end of the line. The city below me does not care if I live or die. It never has. That is not cruelty. That is just the nature of the place. Night City does not love you back, but it gives you moments, small ones, quiet ones, moments like this when the rain stops and the stars come out and the train rocks you gently toward a sleep you did not know you needed. And for the first time in a long time, that feels like enough. Close your eyes. Night City will still be here when you wake up. The lights in the car dim to half. The rain has stopped. The stars are out. Somewhere beyond the black wall, Alt is dreaming. Somewhere in the Badlands, Pan Am is sleeping. Somewhere in a bar that never closes, glass still waits for a man who will never come back. And somewhere on the last train, out of Pacifica, V is finally still. The city below does not care. The relic does not care. Even Johnny has stopped caring. All that is left is the hum of the engine and the warmth of the seat and the slow, steady rhythm of a heartbeat that refused to stop. The train settles into its idle rhythm. The rain has stopped. The stars are out. Somewhere beyond the black wall, Alt is dreaming. Somewhere in the Badlands, Panam is sleeping. Somewhere in a bar that never closes, glass still waits for a man who will never come back. And somewhere on the last train out of Pacifica, V is finally still. The city below me does not care if I live or die. It never has. That is not cruelty. That is just the nature of the place. Night City does not love you back, but it gives you moments, small ones, quiet ones. Moments like this, when the rain stops and the stars come out and the train rocks you gently toward a sleep you did not know you needed. I think about everyone I have lost. Jackie, Evelyn, T-Bug. So many names that I stopped counting. I think about everyone who is still out there. Pan Am, Judy, River, Carrie, Vic, Misty, Mama Wells. All of them carrying their own weight, their own grief, their own version of this story. And I think about Johnny, still here, still quiet, still the only person in the world who truly knows what it is like to be me. The lights in the car dim to half. The rain has stopped completely now. Through the window, I can see the first hint of gray in the eastern sky. Dawn is coming. It always does. Somewhere beyond the black wall, Alt is dreaming. Somewhere in the Badlands, Panam is sleeping. Somewhere in a bar that never closes, a glass still waits for a man who will never come back. And somewhere on the last train out of Pacifica, V is finally still. The city below does not care. The relic does not care. Even Johnny has stopped caring. All that is left is the hum of the engine and the warmth of the seat and the slow, steady rhythm of a heartbeat that refused to stop. I close my eyes. Tracks are quiet. The city is quiet. The relic is quiet. My heartbeat slows. My breathing deepens. The rhythm of the train has become the rhythm of sleep. I think about the first time I took this train. A different version of me. A version that was still raw from Konpeki, still reeling from the relic, still waking up every morning, surprised to be alive. I sat in the same seat and I did not expect to make it to the next station. But I did, and the one after that, and the one after that. The city did not kill me. The relic did not kill me. The black wall did not kill me. And somehow, impossibly, I am still here. Not because I am special, not because I am chosen, just because I refuse to stop. That is the only secret I have, the only wisdom I have earned after all these years. You do not survive Night City by being the strongest, or the smartest, or the best. You survive by refusing to stay down. And then, when you have survived long enough, you earn the right to rest. And then, finally, sleep. It does not come all at once. It never does. It comes in layers. First, the body lets go. The shoulders, the jaw, the tension in the hands that have been gripping the armrests. Then the mind lets go. The thoughts slow down. The memories stop their endless rotation. And then, somewhere between one breath and the next, I am not in North Oak anymore. I am not on the train. I am not even V. I am just quiet, floating in the space between the stations, between lives, between the person I was and the person I might become. The train hums beneath me. The engine cycles through its idle pattern. Outside the window, the first gray light of dawn is beginning to creep over the eastern hills. Morning is coming. It always does. And when it arrives, I will be someone again. Fee the Merc. Fee the survivor. Fee the legend whose name they still whisper at the afterlife. But for now, in this one moment, in this empty train car at the end of the line, I am no one at all. And that is the most peaceful thing I have ever been. Tomorrow there will be calls from fixers. Tomorrow there will be jobs that pay in blood and eddies. Tomorrow I will be V again, the Merc, the legend, the survivor. But tonight I am just a passenger, a tired body in a worn-out seat, a heartbeat slowing to match the rhythm of the tracks. The rain has stopped. The stars are out. The city below is quiet. And somewhere in the back of my mind, Johnny Silverhand is finally, mercifully, silent. I do not know how many more nights like this I have. The relic is still eating away at my neural pathways. The clock is still ticking. The doctors gave me months, and those months are running out. But none of that matters right now. Right now, all that matters is this: the hum, the warmth, the darkness, the peace. Close your eyes. Night City will still be here when you wake up. And so will I, for one more night at least, for one more ride on the last train. The first light of dawn creeps over the eastern hills, pale gray, almost silver. It catches the last of the raindrops on the window and turns them into tiny prisms, scattering color across the empty seats. Morning in Night City is always beautiful if you know where to look and if you are still alive to see it. I open my eyes. The sky is lighter now, almost morning. The train will start its return journey soon, heading back down the line toward Pacifica, carrying a new batch of passengers toward whatever version of the city awaits them. But I will not be on it. I have a few more hours before the calls start coming in. A few more hours of quiet. A few more hours of peace. And so I stay. Not because I have to. Not because I am trapped. Because I choose to. Because this train, this seat, this window, this city, this ghost in my head, they are all part of the same story. My story. And for the first time in a long time, I want to see how it ends.